I just opted out of finals since I was like, I can't. I don't think I can do back to back like this. No, I had volunteered. I had volunteered for all of them, and I was like, I can
So it's fine.
I just like the last couple of years when we had like our late D1 strike cards and I don't know about these people. I feel like I should try to help at least a little.
Yeah. That's good.
Oh, see, I have the opposite problem. Depending on the outcome of the other debate. Just yes.
It's kind of short.
Oh, really? What's the?
Okay.
Yeah, this is not gonna work for charging.
What if the two of you switch spots?
So my charger only works from certain angles.
I see.
It needs to be hanging off the table because it needs to be going down for sure. We can split.
Yup. Classic.
And then move this one closer that way.
Sorry, Dartmouth. Is this?
I imagine you could probably plug into this and we could probably move that to another, like, there's a power strip over here somewhere, I think.
We got stuff in there. We just need to be a little closer.
Okay, that's it. You do whatever you gotta do for you. Okay, cool. Yes.
What's up?
It was aggressive. It's a lot of clicking. Yeah, it would be more design and clicking.
Everyone good?
It's still
Can I open it?
I am ready. I'm ready as well.
Advantage 1 is energy. Blockchains are cooking the planet because the most popular technique for achieving cryptographic consensus, known as proof of work, or POW, requires an enormous expenditure of electricity globally. It single-handedly takes warming past 2 degrees, ensuring extinction. Changing the fuel or the consensus method can solve, but will be slow, absent external economic incentives. Security 20 houses here are powered on a single Bitcoin transaction expected to rise single every ledger assistant cost energy increases when the chain grows reverse the impacts of climate change, such as maybe station or device mining load push as early as 2033. Catastrophic hazards such as drought, high heat, fire, tools, the flood and sea level will kill the planet by depositing material essential for energy combustible at early stage in development. Also, leaving the damage to us for words not reflecting power. The energy issue with disappear will adoption rates and certain career consumption rates. Fears about long-term impact. Cities for essential weapons POW and term damage would be proved to be too catastrophic. Blockchain energy demand is collapsing grids globally and provoking chaotic and ineffective regulatory reactions. Thompson 20. POW possession of power numbers are probably with the algorithm where sensitized to waste electricity and depletion side of the system is heavy usage affects energy local growth and price dramatically increases nearly 22% less than from consumers. Municipalities fail to get cut out sick thrown on the a heat wave blackouts from inactive for plugs become overall ineffective operational, become untenable, exponential returns, post unique risk, and usage at peak was enough for great powers and damage equivalent only smaller rotary to believe externalities and district understanding features except for the federal level focus has been on agency including SEC, CFTC, IRS, and money laundering loan states fail mean the federal scheme. No alt causes. It'll be the main source of emissions by 2035. Agile 21. Crypto tech and corporation could warn the Little degrees Celsius by 2034. Basic research expertise advised cryptos to be recognized as main contributors of emissions transport, housing, current contributors to and just crypto must produce electricity demand to avoid an inevitable cliff. Brink is now 1. Trump is surging mining. POA 25. Bills for inclusion of the other country. Trump carried through a campaign to help laid out in secrets screens against crypto rights. Bitcoin's truthers are decade all systems go. The Trump has been cooking for me currency to crypto for truth. So currency future to add there might not be a future. Just spend it. 2. Having will spike intensity. Link 24. Bitcoin ought to go down. Having that for raise preserve value also means mining the same amount will take double the energy and hash and water. Grid instability causes amplifying feedbacks. Extinction Johnson 25. During high level stress boost, the fluctuation triggered accelerator or correction funds back up trigger. The fails of generating catastrophically warming results algos and issue protocols time for nuclear markets experience slash crashes. The supply chains where calls fuel algos and maintain this info and management panic cause about traffic. Cause the turn out blackouts which AI internet attack causing manipulation as catastrophic outcomes. Energy intense crypto consumes water for cooling, drives resource complex over scarcity Magdalena. And all 25. BTC's massive energy require water directly speed food against water. The scarcity relation shortage leads to water complex to strain. Extinction, particularly in North America, Boston. And all 25. Water's need for life scarcity result in global disasters as regions result in clash of regions taking co-price back to the India nuclear participating. The water treaty will question war without fuel to be Middle East, Israel, Palestine, region we say from North Korea, to be with the US, Mexico, but the Colorado Rio Grande is fundamental for life on Earth. US Mexico scarcity escalates peers. 24. Colorado for obvious potential escalation, probable divestment advance, flashpoint for internal conflict, skirmishes between border communities and states for military resources, secure rights, and flashpoint for conflict on global unprecedented catalyst for the finding conflict over time. Proof of work blockchains globally cannibalize rural electrification, particularly in the DRC, house and enterprise. 22. POW, the crypto challenge meeting SDGs both forces are disproportionately impacting electricity supplies, access to instantly fuel conflict in DRC. People are activated by matters for energy. Not all protocols are intensive POS require less than 1% of energy. Solves deforestation, Achapong, and Opoku. The 23. Third defense public fuel because energy and African energy. The justice remains key on conserving force for electricity as a statistically significant negative effect on deep happiness dependent on carbon and turkey equal to reduce power which should be conservation. Extinction. Whitmore 24. Defend health advisory accelerate rapidly represents existential crisis for all. Life loss of bodies make the result dehumanized and failed to recover millions of organisms and have become in decades plans to rely for colonization. Causes the cost of society, conspiracy, cost price, and resource source become frequent result, cost of fortune, art being decimated, consequence of price, or catastrophic loss of body, so devastating life on Earth. Advantage 2 is adoption. Blockchains are not shifting to efficient infrastructure because of path dependence and collective action problems. That means innovating beyond proof of work impossible without an external incentive tree. At all 22, damage control blockchain may affect the market choice proof of work is possible to separate from inefficiency, energy intense mining. Is a design to self-intensive models to be encouraged taken before means less energy required. These prevents extreme energy exposed to purpose or hardware fiscal policies will encourage efficient time platforms or less. However, discourage from path dependency is balanced by innovation in which environmental charters based on polluter pace as a developer's paper proof of work data. Piece of innovation policy can motivate industry alternatives. That underwrites adoption. 1. Concentration, high energy usage, prevent scaling and create barriers to entry. The cost of participation concentrates power and blockchain, undermining trust in the technology. 20. Transparency never reported by positive contributions, not generally proof of work. Regulations mining is dominated by full steering competition, research electricity generated by full political alternatives exist and QS. There's no competition for protocol implements right now, such language is mining at an individual with the prophecy of validation. Communities currently most of your alternatives do not reach the same level of phone pool control power. Literally, so the blockchain increases power, generate concentration 65% are owned by 4 pools. This is self reinforcing increasing everything means power pools. More pools merge, spending higher capital to determine the ecosystem blockchain is having cheaper advantages to be reconsidered life concentration and economic and technological questions, sustainability generation, and generating a trust crisis. 2. Physics, literally not enough power. Smith 21. Smiling research competition is basically discussing the getting more expensive can't go forever, so we cannot go forever. We'll stop places between mining governments will intervene as we got for investors over the depths need to switch to protect. 3. Public backlash, high energy consumption strips blockchains, social license to quota. 23. Energy consumption grew increase over time. Consumers and business will be reluctant to accept its effects. The stock accepting Bitcoin gates has negative perception about consumers and business will be hesitant crypto will take adoption until more efficient times utilize crypto companies are motivated by profits and maintain company for companies will social proof and safe as well. The chain of adoption because consumers and business place emphasis on social responsibility because the user base will further expect companies will follow suit will legitimize entry and lead to greater adoption. Blockchain rollout safeguards against militarized, misaligned, or evil AI. Any independently caused extinction wrong. And all 21. AI plus threat to exist for surpassing control and consequences. One is super intelligence combated by misaligned judges more tangible to autonomous weapons needed destruction on a scale unimaginable automation risk anticipated and unrest weapon theory offer solutions to governance not dominated by any entity ensures control direction transparency secure for trust organization church democratic safety oriented approach. Emissions penalty drives innovation and post quantum blockchain schoolkins. 23. Use they combine the crypto clutch slash electricity use and speed up can make it too easy. This Changes in the network we look for. We do squat that would destroy this process of in regions that become likely to look at the same result if you see through any push this method can be alternative save energy with so cost thousands, which might deter miners migrating. Stops existential next generation cybertext lawman 24 AIQC experts we pose extra 1,000 more reduce AGI supplemental that will double maybe reason this water electric essentials infrastructure average SQC contribute to internet as important as this without interest and vascular for any percent interest existential long term people working together with the internet in 5 years integration smart cities and been whether AIQC be cyber remains at epicenter of integration blockchain and whether AI control both advancing it's also around blockchain is that ledger algorithms can be trained on blockchain to produce trust models for reliable production prove alternatives here. Review led presents many examples with no QC and standardization Japanese how for blockchain support defensive exchanges of AGI and QC. Quantum powered AI increases biological risk extinction shiver. 22 QC will perform medical experiments virtual with extras. Adventure for is already large systems like increasing closely for the AI and GQS might be harmful for less than level perform manual research to be virtual with AI required new launch for services experts. The plan solves one tax rights efficiency and innovation without constraining the underlying ecosystem that captures upsides and avoids downsides. 2024 pulse figures should not be diverse in such law class inclusion value innovation industry not agency meetings to deeply root this country's innovation will not occur because what is make a private contract there's no incentive beyond limits Congress should not ban POW because this would happen. The drop of meeting instead of outside deal as policy would be tax emissions based on amount and entry preventer based on the but impact companies would use more renewable such as POS or produce energy men the POW better for about what you can advantage shooting to be supposed to use the reason levels will perform to purchase like something else that it will freeze the to do levels of here capture by 6 hour taxes performable records starting import worker to the industry grappling with it was not a push tax prices starting data prices and miners with the cost of trade creates uncertainties plus fluctuates. 2. Tax incentivizes improvements and alternatives to proof of work. That's key. Ellen 22. Application of limits without governing exchanges or money will be catastrophic taxes minimized by transition purpose to verify 26 to 9 to address the ability of arbitral concerns work. This systems are system tax security and overhead. There are inherent incentives migrate taxes steer crypto to mine using renewables and proof of stake. 3. It fails without regulatory certainty. 24. Regulatory certainty is bad for women. Also, the reason revenue research reduces investment and innovation. There's uncertainty like less likely a company will allocate research solutions. They do consider that after investing price will change. Running innovation point less uncertainty for of R&D when Congress makes it will incentivize industry to lock in and tap top of workers instead of hedging industry was less likely to post a lobbying for lenient rights legislation will encourage minors to incentivize standards to go up. It should generate public support policy for helping attempting to ban money. This should generate support instead of view standards as strict and multi. These liberals might raise the structural compromise on dollar reducing uncertainties more important than strict regulation for little uncertainties, longevity, and space and peers are set and make the process stable and predictable. Designing the details in collaboration with the industry avoids downsides and establishes a workable model. Does and all 25 clever ideas include regulation for labeling managed space and for goal use of work incentives, including tax innovation for push up innovation tax specific or make the point of collaboration to bring entry in from the onset without micromanaging industry squash. This path for all inside tax will be active with the federal level way of regulatory arbitrage action will not only be paid off to trigger additional actions to reduce emissions. The U.S. is appropriate scale test after tax acceptance and implementation. The tax is feasible, enforceable, and generates models for effective transaction tax collection. Baker 21. The Bitcoin test. It is compared with blood, suggest otherwise many countries raise substantial revenue from transactions. Bitcoin is a great opportunity to innovate, reward people, turning innovators. This would give us strong incentive to reward. It has to be a great test run, an effective way, which will likely be applied elsewhere. Allow trade implementation without difficulty. There's political will. Plan. The United States federal government should impose a charge on carbon emissions from electricity consumed by distributed ledger validation. Great collapse multiplies all other risks. Steckenberger et al. 21. Since electricity runs industrial safe collapse could collapse on any community, my daughter highly instrumented CI won't provide for water shelter. Computers internet such as large event can precipitate custom the results of collapse that a larger future would contain astronomical value. Unrecoverable collapse will prevent such features also reduce capacity to coordinate to protect express.
I still have not gotten the plan. Yep. We're gonna prep 10 minutes starting. Page 21. Are you good? Okay. Is the after carbon tax?
It is a tax based on carbon emissions. It's a charge on carbon emissions, I guess, to be more precise.
Do you think those things are synonymous?
I think it means Moselle.
Yeah, that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Sorry.
Happen. Okay. And on emissions, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So how exactly does that work? Because that doesn't. It's not like upstream, right? So how is that?
Well, do you know how crypto, like, basically how crypto works is that there are miners that work to validate certain numbers on the blockchain or transactions on the blockchain, and to do that, they consume a lot of electricity in the status quo. So the tax would be based on the emissions that are caused by that electricity consumption.
So what do we just calculate, like average electricity?
Well, no, it's how normal carbon
Like the
tax
carbon.
works. Like, or yeah, it's like if miners consume this much electricity and that emitted that much carbon, they would be charged per ton of carbon.
Although
Okay.
the plan does not commit to a particular point of collection. Our evidence says that there are a variety of different mechanisms by which you could impose a charge on interactions on the blockchain or on distributed networks.
Do you think that you reduce blockchain energy demand,
Yes.
like
Because-
consumption?
Well, yeah, the way that that happens is our evidence was, well, first, a carbon charge obviously creates an incentive to shift towards different ways of blockchain validation that are less electricity intensive. For example, proof of stake is one example where rather than trying to, because proof of work in the status quo requires that you basically, whoever invests the most consumption and shows a proof of quote work, which is basically just electricity consumption, gets their blockchain, increases the likelihood that their blockchain is validated. Whereas the alternative of proof of stake is about the probability that you are selected as the validator is proportional to how much tokens you invest in betting that proof or that validation will be correct. And so then there's only one miner that ends up having to do the supercomputing work of validating because it's just like random selection amongst a pool of miners that all invest a stake of tokens.
The other significant mechanism by which the plan solves our energy advantage is that there are some cases where it does make sense to use proof of work to verify distributed ledger transactions, but those would have an incentive to become green under the plan. So
Order
like
adjustment? What? Order adjustment?
I don't think so.
Not in the plan.
Why can't states do it?
Why can't? Well, weird evidence about authority, and yeah, that's.
Anything else?
You'll see the tweets probably.
Nothing afternoon. Come on.
Like, okay, do you want to just start reading your tweets?
The Teresi starts with perm do both. There's some stuff after that, and then I'm gonna read some cards that the counterpoint gets preempted, and then I'm gonna read some cards that say other things, and then I'm probably gonna say that you don't get uniform fiat, and then maybe I'll say
What
conditionality
are the
and
cards that you're
diversity.
going to say before the theory? What will those cards say?
They'll say that the counterpoint isn't solved.
Why not?
Because it doesn't, because the plan is better than it.
21.
21 start. 18.
This text is wrong. 18, sorry.
Wait, so you stop?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, I fixed the text. 8 minutes.
Refresh that.
You said you stopped at 8.
Yes.
Okay, I just sent the ones. It is 6 off, advantage 1, advantage 2.
could have it. So much better than 12. Does Doc says one and see prep? That's the right one?
Yep.
Okay.
Both Dartmouth good.
Sure.
All 5 judges good. Jordan, you good? Nope. Okay.
First off, T-subsets 4 means right to realize and quit 89. The question is whether a purchase is worth money for a gain. The short 4 is to describe right to realize the result of stating decarbonization. You have to remove decarbonization from all economic activities to 20. 2. Decarbonization is to define steps to remove carbon from all economic activities. Violation the act is not. It says about emission reductions for all economic activities voted for the which ground and the subsets to top of all MBI mechanisms spread the negative research burden to they integrate the top of emissions. Cycles of tiny apps and backfile garbage. Next off states the United States federal government should provide substantial incentives, including financial incentives and removal of all federal barriers to states and territories to impose a charge of carbon emissions from electricity consumed by distribution, ledgers, validation, reliance on state forces, solid best of 12 Black 13. Congress giving states options to service farming and independent members about allowing experiment states become more expert. The FG's out of the efficient personnel state ministers export to expect expert programs better for regional validation in Congress instead of by saying experimentation state administration make expansion more politically palatable. They're running controversial programs to states diffuse federal accountability. These increase power below the radar. States say yes, they can have it, but no to the blind preemption. Hour 16. Then regulation mitigates sufficient to states prefer not to come up and get a position of regulatory burdens in those straightforward ways to encourage states and implement pay them. They have to thank you purchase with services to serve state service governments. Congress offer financial support to that policy governments down in the United States with such inducements enough to spur states into action funding, multiply state investments, provide political benefits to state policymakers. States have incentive to reduce ordinary legislation that inhibits their authority. They have incentive to accept even lobby for federal grants imposing given conditions ensure state policies are implemented. The Canada builds state power to expertise, expands federal utilization of states and other areas. Block 13 state administrator prevent further federal encroachment designing laws so that they could be implemented by the states protected by federalism. The same story to be told outside of healthcare. State-based policy perpetuated self-adhesion federal program that relaxes state implementation. State administrative bureaucracy further extended to become more expert. This makes utilization more likely and criminally. Congress and legislating forces state administration states and administrative regimes through which states preserve centrality in future federal legislation that caps accidental risks by 21. We're allowing tech to take the will away and break disaster from climate nuclear war pandemics, allowing means for controlling technology to erode misinformation to trust tech, cure disease, allocate malnutrition, conserve resources, defend against cyber attack. But we need policies that guide tech. This will require bottom-up pressure from the state governments and a more direct response to pressure. We need limits on autonomous weapons and hypersonics that can lead to unintended nuclear war. We need controls in AI, gene drivers, geoengineering, climate change, governance, and health. And for my institutions that need strength, and have a direct image on CNT, which prevent accidental escalation. These issues require expertise, bottom-up, state governments, able issues that the national government shrink from action. Next off, these kind of the United States should implement an agency fee on carbon emissions from electricity consumed by distributed ledger validation. It competes fees aren't taxes. The result is the kind of funds are held in terms of the agency, not dispersed general revenue current. 24. Distinguishing taxes from fees, whether interactions if your tax is extremely important in a court distinction, is whether the exaction is a tax or fee. Courts have held that it's in your mark to pay for costs of regulating those activities or a fee rather than tax fee. Saul Schultz and 20 fee on carbon outperformance emissions over only superiority for carbon fee offers the most cost-effective, fast way to reduce emissions, meaningful rising fee, give companies predictable and flexibility to make investments. The Canada signals that agencies can develop an independent funding mechanisms that creates an effective administrative state untethered from budgetary allocations leads in 24 utility fees you constitute additional funds, raise revenues for regular parties, allows the federal agency to confer costs of how taxes the program supplement revenue, give the agency more primary resources to operate. The agency might improve performance of existing responsibility, for instance, for inspection, training, enhancing technology, policy, further insurance, judicial funds, allow the agencies or activities and launch programs that would not be possible otherwise, or pushes the perils of DOGE, extinction insurance cases, more 25, we blew up the asteroid, dead diseases were contained in common thread with through successful funded federal agencies, the state approach, troubles, dismantles, like examples, records and firing. People will pursue the nuclear arsenal protection for the bird flu, critical safety, tech mistakes will only be exposed when government fails to protect from a terrorist attack or blind bank collapse, sharp muscle booster, catastrophic plane crash together, materials get stolen, terrorist attack, pandemic spiral, the grid fails, roads and bridges collapse, disaster management, community chaos markets, collapse, must action, risk pulling, catastrophic numbers in real life, next law of tax predictability. The United States federal government should return to trade barriers to 2024 levels, unpredictable tax hikes immediately precede other tax reforms are seen as fickle, manipulation spills out to other sectors, like 15. Certainty is the enemy of tax reform, uncertainty over tax change causes declining investment. There ought to be a commitment once the change is made. This is a will for a while. Taxation must always be disturbing these evils of small amounts of subject to taxation for policy. This government tends powerfully to until every kind of business maintains power if it's irregular and uncertain.
Which one? What?
Okay. Collapse of growth disarral 18. Frequent changes in tax legislation of negative repercussions of investment measures to increase tax certainty, stabilize expectations of investors, reliance on stable tax policies, and unpredictable behavior of tax measures are important factors to do business. The country invests tax certainty is crucial to stimulate economic growth. Economic purposes solved nuclear war haters in 1710 by the sort of regime states war chain reaction to the large-scale war, Cold War exchange, nuclear exchange, destroying the world's repetition by curve by saying economic showing useful to survey to combat the strategic chess match of groups. And since all countries boast nuclear arms, there could be little room of error among nuclear hostile powers. Next off, fuel tax, counterpart the United States Commission, tax consumption of carbon-intensive electricity sources from electricity consumed by distributed ledger, validation and subsidized consumption of clean energy, electricity sources consumed by distributed ledger validation competes. NBIs must put a place a price on emissions, not on emissions generated activities with cell intent. The starting point for more is a small policies market mechanism to internalize externalities with emissions of GHGs and NBIs defined to refer to instrument that puts price on GHG emissions, either directly via tax or via cap and traded taxes. Non-renewable generation does not qualify as an NBI. That solves perfectly the avoids emission over reach over to let's get price externality on political activities that two taxes are ever employed. Practical policy requires a tax applied to observable transaction like purchase of petroleum or inputs rather than waste. The incentives of the tax can be matched exactly that measurement and enforcement problems by a two-part interrelated changes in pricing to be achieved with the tax on observable transaction combination of subsidy transactions like inputs except waste. Carbon tax leads to more licensing that overturns solvency. General taxation avoids physical to the board. We randomize participants to investigate how changes the rationale of the price increases affects their choices. These allow us to separate effects of paying taxes in general and those unique to a Pigovian. CT to internalize the cost of carbon. Consumers of the CT are more likely to choose a high carbon good compared to taxing the same amount. Price increase in the form of CT are less effective in reducing the demand and also price increases a tax and license this small obligation. They feel they have paid the price of the damage they are causing, which David intended this effectiveness prices of carbon increase aggregate demand. Plan leads to CCS counter dozen Shlovsky 23. How does the carbon price versus fuel tax affect CCS? A price instead of CCS well, a fuel tax does not. If the CCS is used on a gas plant, the gas will be not used subject to a full carbon price because emissions are reduced to CCS. However, the price of the fuel can be still increased by natural gas tax increase. CCS causes subsidized BECCS deployment console 19 BECCS requires one to deployment of CCS. BECCS deployment has been shown. There are few operating facilities. BECCS potential is substantial. BECCS requires a wide scale deployment of CCS. There is significant uncertainty about the scale. BECCS essential component of wide scale deployment of CCS. Scaling BECCS causes deforestation, land grabbing, soil loss, and food insecurity shocks. BECCS scale would only possible through deforestation, land grabbing, and converting arable land. BECCS would be comparable for land and wood food producers. Cropland will be dedicated to growing crops for fuel. BECCS scale would require 3,000 million hectares, twice the amount of land cultivated globally. There is not enough land without severely impacting global food production. BECCS scale crop will be taken from food producers will grab the escalated world hunger. Food will spike. Exacerbate soil degradation, water stress, IPCCs, BECCS increase pressure on land and cause land degradation. Additional 150 billion people hunger. Food price spikes cause extinction. Hendricks in 21. Food insecurity for recruitment of armed groups. Competitive relates to land rioting. Meals are powerful inducements to join armed groups. The high food prices experience community conflict where access to resources is key. Livelihoods fail to maintain low and stable prices can trigger broader protests. Bangladesh, Ethiopia, and Uganda all experience food rioting. Next off, politics will pass now. Recent Senate vote with community compromise fragile evidence in 4-5. Senate approved Republicans' budget plan to be included for tax cuts. The vote along party lines was crucial to backtrack legislation. Republicans in the House and the Senate have forged a fragile and complex compromise language to move forward. This resolution is a first step towards tax relief. HSC backlash to federal overreach change would not good be. Professor teaches that energy points out that ACO2 trumps federal laws. State law feds in charge of that is going to run people the wrong way. Actually, go for it against one of the main pillars of the food economy. Right? Anger, the HSC breaks Johnson's fragile holding agenda. Sharbaki 120 Johnson is maximizing leverage of how unique buy and grow small country can turn into big things. Johnson may have to come better than McCarthy because he didn't make any deals. The food economy will be watching him closely. There's nothing tying him down to right now. Tax cuts to keep his space colonization with 24 policy. Can affect commercial space tax cuts. Congress would pass tax increasing commercial space companies do not have money available to build rockets and launch looters and NASA events like commercial space sectors while launch companies lower the cost of launching into orbit. The administration can institute tax increasing effort vigorous well-funded space effort. Commercial power from commercial space company can have both either the multiple and the possibility to utilize space or will feel the one of the tax fairness multi-planetary colonization prevents extinction. British one will become multi-planetary. Can protect the human race 6 years ago. See the century launching versus existential asteroids. What can the corruption so explosions human creative risk of nuclear war or bioweapons. All that kills those one place. Averaging small outputs. So they destroy significant material for certain classes. Added up significant exit to diversifying the mitigation strategy. Advantage 1. The plan prevents blockchain energy demand from spiking electricity prices. When Z. Thompson is 29 is raising cost electricity increasing. Electricity prices high. Electricity prices enable China to leapfrog American AI leadership below 21 or 24. AI heralds a new age in American tech. Condominance only if American give electric load to power J promise of AI staggering Google. Consumed 18 terawatt hours more than any nation's rising price of over competition with China. China's industry is quickly catching up because massive US America's been forefront of tech. The recent abundant energy AI leadership is China's only shot at one economic stagnation. Prior to 18, the Chinese government is to develop considerable AI. The commodity country AI can labs respond to building applications to make trains one at a time, monitoring, efficiently provide telehealth. Its application within the weeks was meaning maintain its leading AI. The U.S. 15 export sanctions is increasing to the supply chain crucial for sustained growth of the U.S. wants to take the future. China runs risk of economic stagnation. Cut the card of stagnation.
Move on, case.
Okay. Grid damage is reversible. Labors for 3. The grid is extremely reliable. Towers have become hard against winds, sliders, dungeons, glacier hole, and dragging down the tower pole. We don't get to long duration outages within the systems and loss of event quickly. The grid is made up of 3 regions. It means if there's a problem with the West, it should be fine. An issue that would quickly never cascade into a black and wouldn't go beyond individual grids. Climate wars to Devon 2023. It's outrageous to see the hotter weather people more aggressive. Water wars will happen if problems can be catalyst for crop and market makes it nice to rational ways of dealing with scarcity demand management. Water wars will be up to 2005 years. Crop is a norm and the hostile parties work together if it is common environmental threat. No planetary boundary impact. Hold state 22. There's no planetary boundary for biodiversity. Social heterogeneity and lack of strong interconnectivity. Induce smooth changes to the goal scale without tipping patterns. Cut at tipping patterns. Advantage 2. And we'll web document Richard 23. Discussions suggest AI would cause extinction because intelligent species naturally cause extinction relation between species form and mutual interdependence. AI is not competing for resources with humans. We provide AI with energy and materials and depends on this super intelligence would preserve humanity since we are fundamental to AI's existence and plans are ours. This makes mutuals more likely to have the automated economy belongs to the natural state of efficient automation of the car. Major advances in hardware, robotics, and close AI control for WD provides humans with natural checkpoints. No cyber impact changes 24. India packs and exchange fire despite military assassination alongside power exchanges. There were no large cyber actions. The US opted for cyber attacks against Wanderloo strikes after observing before the crisis. Responses via a war game experiment. Cyber operations do not escalate disputes. Cyber responses increase the rate of options and provide additional bargaining space, creating off-ramps and alternatives to military force.
Okay, you're good.
Let me get a drink real quick.
is conditional.
Yes.
What's the net benefit and everything?
For states, it is politics and internal. For fees, it is the CCSDA, which is on that page, and fuel tax is internal. Or wait, sorry, no, fees is politics, fuel tax is internal.
Fees is politics, fuel tax is just internal.
That is correct.
Fees is politics because it's an agency or because what?
Because putting the word fee in it makes it less politically
Which
challenging.
people just like forget they don't have taxes.
Yeah, and there is
And
also
then
the internal net
Fees
benefit.
internal. Okay. States, why would it show politics? Like the federal government is still providing incentives to do crypto or carbon pricing or whatever, which you said is controversial.
Our link to politics is just about federal overreach.
Yeah, it's a federal counter that says the federal government should compel the states to do something.
So one, it induces the states to adopt the plan, but our couple of pieces of block evidence indicates it's less controversial because the HFC and Republicans view states, bureaucracies, as having greater expertise and more localized experience with the conditions in their area that allow them to address the problem better.
Okay, sure. Okay, the sector interpretation is an affirmative that excludes a company.
An affirmative excludes a company,
Yeah, like a carbon price, but not on Ford.
not on Ford.
Yeah.
I do not believe that would meet our interpretation.
Okay, got it. And then the state's counterplan is the fees internal net benefit. You've said that the net benefit is solved by creating an independent funding mechanism. Why is it that not just collecting a fee alongside a charge would be creating an independent funding mechanism?
Like you're asking what's our answer to like perm to both?
Yeah.
Mutual exclusivity.
Why?
Because the agency fee is distinct from taxes. We've got a couple of really good cards we'll read on this.
Why does distinct mean mutual exclusivity? Agencies can collect fees while the Congress collects taxes.
Calling it a different thing means that they can't happen at the same time. We got really deep
You
into the
don't-
tax
oh,
lit. We promised we
that
got some
too.
great cards on this.
Okay. Okay, tax cuts. What do you think is the reason that politicians are supporting the bill now?
Supporting the tax
tax.
cuts, or is this about the predictability DA?
The tax cuts.
It's Trump's central piece of his agenda.
Okay, so it's Trump's central piece of his agenda. Why do you think that this miscellaneous federal overreach in the realm of crypto would prevent the congressional Republicans from thinking that it's central to Trump's agenda?
The biggest break in the GOP is between Trump and the HFC, and the HFC is the coalition that kind of holds the keys to the kingdom. They're very ultra conservative, but they also don't really care if they make their party look bad because they're beholden to alt-right ideals.
Does the fuel tax counterplan tax Bitcoin or the blockchain miners or the fossil fuel companies?
Very much a question for you.
Taxes.
It would probably be what the same as the
Yeah,
app.
whatever the app does.
Okay. 542. The word is having a silly moment. But okay. I now sent it to you. The order is advantage 1, advantage 2. T. Encourage the state's counterplan. Fees counterplan. Fuel tax counterplan. Tax predictability DA. Oh.
So it gives you the counterplan everyone.
Encourage the states. Fees. Fuel tax. Okay. Okay.
Reverse electricity prices DA1. China's growth is cost 25. Bubble around property construction is about 30% of GDP on money. The removal of $8 trillion in household wealth stock market. Last year, performed FDI's tried to $254 billion sectors into the country. Price must probably half price exposure of the economy insufficient to offset other drag GDP peak from 2021. Expects uniformly continue growth rate will decline. 2. Trump tariffs sub 3. It is not a complete argument. The one that we get new interest for U.S. China race and relative China. The Chinese share in AI is not key because if AI is going to make their economy boom, that will happen inevitably. Grid damage is not reversible. It's not assumed the magnitude of blackouts and outages from a large cryptocurrency demand for
Electricity, our evidence says that will be catastrophic, and then the grid undermines grid failure undermines societal adaptation to all other existential risks, which is the negative burger evidence, the impact evidence of the 1C, which is from 2025. Yes, warming impact, our argument is not strictly climate wars, rather than it makes that it creates a hot house earthquake, activates invisible tipping points, and scientific uncertainty about warming means that should caution precaution because it has unpredictable socioeconomic and political effects that are to combine or existential. Also, does not assume these two of our internal link, which our evidence says that Bitcoin and the blockchain will double consumption by the end, by double total energy consumption. Yes, planetary boundaries impact does not answer deforestation or rural electrification in particular, which they drop their existential advantage two. Advantage one also dropped water wars. Advantage two. Yes, AI was not humanity does not rely on AI being misaligned or being evil. Rather, AI will increasingly be able to launch cyber attacks and circumvent cybersecurity systems if we don't shift to a proof of stake blockchains that can stabilize cyber systems. Our evidence does not rely on malignant AI, rather it can take on global social and economic systems, and our evidence describes that as existential. Yes, AI and our argument is not autonomous weapons, as explained above. AI is an existential threat to cybersecurity generally, which destabilizes both nuclear and the economic systems that are important for social resilience. That also answers the cyber impact defense argument. It was not ever about states attacking each other. Total width, T. 1, 4 means intended to further. Page 13, so we're going to run intended to further 4 is defined as 2 further. 2, their interpretation mixes burdens of the negative points of the affirmative does not totally decarbonize the economy. They would automatically win, which makes T post hoc and shifts the goalpost. 3 makes being half impossible because NBI requires the app to be a market mechanism, not a command and control, which means that we literally cannot decarbonize to zero, and it is impossible to decarbonize to zero because energy policy restricts the app from pricing or decarbonizing non-energy sectors. 4, over limiting economy-wide topic sucks. It is extremely narrow and reduces staff innovation between the opener and the NDT. 5, unified ground on this topic. D, get to critical and policy-based objections to using the market to solve the climate and energy the base energy mixes. At 6, reasonability. If our topic is debatable, that is good. E, that is good enough. Anything else incentivizes T over substitute insurance. Clash 7, new affirmatives are good. Mention again in any speech is sufficient to occur. Blockchain generates gets the out of the room and encourages critical thinking. Can you read a decarbonization definition? Their interpretation also makes it impossible to be picks. Encourage the states. 1, say no. States hate imposing new taxes. Also, what are substantial incentives? Can we make our tax say something? 2, leasing politics. The GOP would hate letting the states do the plan and paying them to do so, which would also break the fiscal compromise. 3, 2, both the just link to HG trade off because states will take the lead. 4, 2, the plan and then provide financial incentives for federal governments doing it. Or actually, never mind, that was for agency trade off. 4, states cause the federal government certain rights. Green and 23. Crypto companies find low cost electricity and slashes with a unified federal framework is in place. There is no centralized exchange is on a federal schema, but against this fact that a unified framework their country will suffer environmental consequences. 5, Constitution preempts 24 states exercise authority over retail rates or legal required to fashion rates that are just reasonable to avoid discrimination among customers that can be illegal to subject any person to. Just the the customer only needs to show disparity to question preferential rates and arguing a particular use such crypto money challenge on equal production grounds. 6, so does statute. That's the Thompson evidence. It's sort of reference. 7, it's sort of written by E-Signs, right? It's crypto square within E-Signs, the E-Signs with a subform within EU and E-Signs legislation to find blockchain is not federal preemption. That state law that giving a specific tech is preempted conflict. State law provides guidance and for to preempt state laws to remove barriers to commerce. 7, certainty is key. Uncertainty freezes investments, which undermines innovation and South finders putting in the legwork for a durable transition. Short-term investment that will be more incremental instead of architectural delaying reduction. That's Vinny. Sorry, I think that was actually 8. 9, delay takes out solvency. The states take a while to uptake the program, and the link to uncertainty is that it changes the federal versus state balance of power. And turn on a benefit. 1, do the plan and the process the counter plan over something else. Also applies to all their other counter plans. It is limited test germaneness and test germaneness of turn on a benefit, which limits on slop. 2, no presumption. States don't control the plans. That's the cards I read about. 3, states have expertise now because they are policymakers. There are a lot of federal programs that rely on the states like immigration, healthcare, etc. 4, no spillover. It will not be applied in other areas because Trump does not want to develop power. 5, rejects voluntary impacts. They're total nonsense. Sorry, back to decarbonization. It means policies intended to reduce carbon. Grant you and alternative for decarbonization policies were strategies and all policymakers to mitigate carbon changes. Involve a net reduction in quantities of carbon releases as a result of reduction or offsetting. Okay, use a fee. 1, do the F and impose a fee. It is not intrinsic because it is less specification than the counterplan means that it subtracts a function. 2, do the counterplan competing with the resolution is bad. It justifies testing whole res and offsets, which diverses debate from core literature. 3, taxes raise revenue that can be used for anything. Fees must be directly rebated, which means they do not solve the internal benefits. Karski. 22. Fee and tax are not the same thing. Government is not keep the money for the fee as a fee is a payment in exchange for services, taxes, and purpose of raising revenue for the government. Carbon fees are returned to the American People's Secretary of Treasury. Schultz ECL advocates carbon fee. 4, changing the label does not compete. Court cases distinguishing the two are making fundamentally political, non-legal arguments. Obviously, the tax 19.
The government defeated today deemed not to tax this because the tax is not a fee like paid to go into a pool skating. This should charge us to get a tax court. The government to say it isn't judges were making a policy decision not illegal. And 5, for that reason, the uncertainty emphasis that I made on the other page about the regularized process being key applies. 6, to both an implicit user fee which solves the internal 7. None of the word page shield the link to politics. Regard 20. The government is well understood by the public and understood people concerned with political acceptability for marketing terms. I can fast accounts of the tax will go once we live in a certain life. Because I've heard total levy pollution charges to be filled in the blanket of the revenue we're using with it. It would be acceptable context to give subsidies, evidence, and anecdotal experience suggests no matter what euphemism it takes for some government to elect. If it's electoral significant voters taxes harming them, margin harming them, 9 or 8 it leads to politics, obviously, because the Republicans would backlash. 9, no spillover, they will not be used for other fees or extant legal authority solves. 10, Trump agencies having independent funding sources is bad. Their impact is about congressionally funded agencies under Biden, but if Trump is armed with funding, he will do deregulatory things which strengthens the internal benefit. Fuel tax. 1, 2, the counterpoint committee with the resolution is bad. That was on the other page. 2, the counterpoint is upstream, so it is not imposed on cryptocurrency, and obviously does not solve it, or it is just an economy-wide carbon tax and is brought into the plan. 3, or it's downstream and it is the same as the plan. This is the distinction their cards are drawing, which means they cannot tax minors. Now, although when you see evidence of taxing minors, key applies. 4, do both. 5, no link the plan does not credit carbon removal, just tax emissions, which means that it does not make CCS profitable. You cannot reduce your emissions from your computer with CCS. 6, CCS is high. Douglas 23, the U.S. federal public subsidies for carbon capture area of $85 million, $85 per metric ton. For CCS, 180 through for DAC 6 or 7. CCS is high now. Sign 22. Canada established a $6 billion tax credit network and $5 billion subsidies. The EU Innovation Fund, Stockholm, France, the UK, Australia, Asia Pacific, Australia, Japanese, Chinese, State Council, Indonesia, Malaysia, developed storage of carbon dioxide, market carbon dioxide conditionality. Bad to see different investments, components because they create no cost of negative and only hurt the affluent other patients. And so disincentivize the end of cannabis research and passion dose both sides of choice, education, dispo, interest to see choice, you can give away current predictability decide. Unity is counterpoint. 1, do both. Single structurally quiet to market, which offer the signal of the plan. 2, the counterpoints fill is the worst of all worlds. 3, the problem is not here. The problem is Shaman, Socratic, and Rishis, Harris, making it possible to invest. We know how to pronounce this amount of has 100 full so then same day. Reversal business need predictability in this. When you know a company can go to the trade change the minute by minute. 3, damage is already done. Ravens out 327 no matter what tariffs. I know the damage has already been done. Sorry, trade partners, changes, like that. This offers business feel check your counter daily changes. I'll show it is still anyone's guess. Climate turns growth of ecosystem services dwarf global GDP. That was the impact. Explanation of the case. U.S. economy is new. C317. Tariffs thinking the U.S. is also deep. They may not be able to climate change without even data levies or rate of ways of uncertainty is taken control confidence matter. The business scrambling every asset cost feels ripples marked at ripples. Now the plan is good for other sectors because it makes electricity cheaper. That's the case, but no spillover. Blockchain is how for other areas. GAE 20. International policy blockchain pursues the same impact that tech blockchain possesses distinctive implications like denominating objectives unique to blockchain are building an ecosystem politics. 1, will pass or get all 4, senators are worried about change stop at $0 price on tax relief. Republicans are dealing a reducing current policy based on would be challenged later over both the Bill would never overturn the parliamentary. Collins Curtis House Harvard line of the parliamentary to over approve the budget would begin the process of having the bill. Holly has a big concern about Medicaid. The House budget makes it impossible without cutting Medicaid. GOP wants to find out financially it's a new balance on tax base because they lack consensus. 2, no leak their evidence says the HFC doesn't like the IRA, not clean energy in general. 3, internal leak evidence just says tax increases proposed by Biden were bad. 4, space costs impossible inhabitability. The physics problems are problems of time, not throwing more money at it and are insurmountable. 5, the plan solves TCJA expansion. Draker 24. Adoption of the Western carbon tariff is considered the most anticipated impact will be the renewal of the tax code. Over renewal promises fiscal policy battles. TCJA is set to expire country by the word rule, which permits bills to increase the deficit outside 10-year window. Is should cost regionally to a fall provisions carbon pricing become effective tool to shape debt and create revenues, which will be needed to be a fund the tax cuts and extension of the act. I finished that drink.
Okay, are you good for cross-X? Okay, the plan is downstream. Yes. How is that enforced?
This is just the same question you asked when you say cross-X. Were
And
you
we
not
still
happy with that
don't
answer?
understand
Or?
it.
The plan is a tax on fossil, or the likely implementation for the plan is a tax on Bitcoin miners.
Okay, so who pays the tax when they buy something or do something?
When they buy something or do something?
Yeah, like at what point does it show up in the transaction supply chain?
The 1AC evidence describes several different mechanisms for this. RT number 1.
Well, for proof of work, which is the status quo, it's like when a miner is powering their supercomputer to calculate or crack the code to validate the Bitcoin, they would have to pay a carbon charge in accordance with the emissions they emit. So this is nothing to do with fossil fuels.
So they get their power. They get their power from utilities. Is it up to the utilities to report to the federal government?
No, because mining on a blockchain is managed by a public visible, the participants are public and visible, which means it's possible to tax them. It doesn't go through the utilities. If you tax the utilities, it just makes electricity from the utilities, it means they have to pay the tax.
Okay, so I'm not in Musk land, so explain this to me simply. When you get on blockchain, How do you
when you get on the net.
How do you see the people who are mining this shit and tax them?
The point of a distributed ledger is that all transactions are public and verifiable.
But how do we know how much like energy it took to like
But so
mine that
the definition, like the way that proof of work operates in the status quo is that in order to verify a transaction, you must use a finite amount of energy and then demonstrate on the blockchain that you have used that amount of energy. That unlocks a key that verifies the transaction. So like we know how much energy each verification takes under proof of work.
Okay,
It's like,
got
the point is that this is public information.
How do we know what energy they use? Is that also publicly available?
I believe so. Or
So,
it-
like,
I mean, that's the whole, like, proof of work means you have to prove that you use this amount of energy. So.
well, so the amount of energy different from type of energy. So can we like see publicly that they were like using like natural gas, for example, and so they
well,
paid
so like
higher
one
taxes?
important feature of the blockchain is that a lot of this is publicly transparent. The second thing
So-
is
so
that
is the
it could be attributed to like utilities and the energy mix in the area. The third thing, and this is kind of important, so should have come up earlier, I apologize. The 1AC solvency evidence says that the process for the plan would be phased in and the actual
Okay, Ben,
implementation
this is not
details.
answering
This
my
is
question.
no, this is
No,
important.
it's not. I'm curious if you can see the type of energy that they use.
So
to
the
do
implementation
stuff.
details for how the tax would be levied would be developed in conjunction with industry players. So like it does not need to be the case that we know exactly how the tax gets implemented at the outset.
Holy
That's
cow.
like-
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
If you for some reason need more entry in that month,
there's any more services check that box.
Yeah.
I also wondered, I was like, oh yeah, there's something to box space, so I gotta use this. So,
Thank you.
354. 354.
354.
Oh, sorry. 344. Are we good for? Oh,
We don't have a PK.
sure. The doc was sent though.
What? It smells delicious. What the lobby?
It's big. Really, you're making a big incentive for getting out the sentence.
This is big. Things are about to happen.
Okay. If we good foreign border, it will be the politics DI, the state incentives counterplan, the fuel tax counterplan, advantage 1, advantage 2. State incentives and fuel tax counterplan. Okay. Is anyone not ready?
What's that? Actually, it's like
Good.
Yeah,
Sorry, anyone not ready?
Yes.
New counterplan, the USMG should extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, solves the trade share, new truancy flanks are good, they're getting test add-ons and are intrinsic to the app, and adapt to truancy reclarification. The truancy is a constructive, so it's arbitrary to bar from introducing new positions. The state incentives counterplan, it solves by inducing states to carry out the plan, rather than having the Fed adopt a clean energy policy and leverages money to have the states all price distributed ledger tax and waives all legal barriers to doing so. 2 reasons the counterplan solves, but the app does not. 1, administrative capacity. The Fed is too understaffed to enforce the plan. Only state agencies have the manpower and money to police violations. That's our Glock evidence. They answer the second part of this, which is the sabotage stuff, but I did not answer administrative capacity. Flag this presumption, dropped headshots the case. 2, sabotage. States are happy to implement the counterplan since they get enforcement authority and reward. They'll water down and resist the app. That's Adler. Obviously, distributed ledger tax is located on state territory, so the app requires the cooperation of the states. These were carded tag this presumption and drop. They also said that certainty and immediacy is key. So winning any degree of slow walking or backlash, we're taking out now. Say that's a certain 1, financial incentives. Threat doesn't assume a mechanism to shower states in money to boost their energy economies and create jobs to sweeten their federal money against states on board with even seemingly unpopular policies. That's Adler. Insufficient for yet. Say yes. That's for 15 federal agencies, whole strings of financial benefits or state federal funds regulatory public benefits as their participation in state officials lobby harming and state interest to reach agreement. Scrolling agencies use state implementation of foster new regulatory initiatives, cooperative federalism, to run with popular purpose, invite state purposes to resolve political pressure on national and elected officials. Second is Trump. Red states will do whatever he asks. Evelyn, now 2-5 Republican state. Longer distortion of actions Trump has taken. I'm just with political chaos and the unity. Obviously, are the party seen as loyal party, as unusual for state leaders. I'll let you emulate Trump. 3 states want to counterplan EA $24 million split. States that have to have direct money with the IRA to states every state with their states even though the historic individuals on climate, even just climate advance clean energy and create job states that might not have funding to invest now can. This also solves the politics link because it does technically offset the costs that a tax would impose. Yes, we get to clarify what the counterplan does. It literally just leverages federal money, which is a substantial which is what a substantial inducement means. They could have just asked us about it. Apply the same standard to the app, assuming it is enforced because they inspect their price. Does not link to the net benefit. The counterplan alone avoids politics. State implementation appeals to small government politicians, diffuses blame, and flies below the radar. That's blocked, carded in the 1 and C, which is better than Dartmouth 25. The counterplan alone avoids Barclay 15. State implementation of the opposition would abuse overbearing federal mandate, shifting details of implementation. State shifts sensitive issues, state officials, virtual apprentice, opposition by powerful interest by shifting the details of state advocates, conversation, keep their hands clean, cost of relatives, inflation, material political benefits, voting for a popular concept, due
both one, mutually exclusive, the plan requires federal energy jurisdiction, the counterplan devolves it. Two, only legit perm, the simultaneous enactment of federal production and incentives for the states. It links to politics instead of delegating implementation. The perm requires the Fed to hammer out hard policy details. Third, can't solve the internal net benefit, giving states incrementally more power to enforce. This key to state administrative capacity. Simultaneous enactment means state agencies never gain expertise. That's Block and Albert 6. Federal action discourage state action. Federal state restricting the more state. Stringent state rights are unnecessary doctrine use. States would adopt carbon reduction. Private state measures by reducing the net benefits. It will result in a net reduction. Overlapping mandates. I'm not going to read that card. Do the plan and provide incentives. Reject perm vagueness. They must specify which clean energy policies they impose on the states. Otherwise, it's impossible to answer. Encourages reclarification. It's intrinsic, intra-functional, inter-terms combination for one bidirectionality. Co-opting words from the 1C tax, green lights, perms, and vilify the plan by changing context of counterplane language. I've been written 3 examples in the back of textually legitimate perms that remove the net benefits of even obviously competitive and carefully worded counterplanes. The first example subsidizes emissions. The second example narrows the plan to only apply to space. And the third example has government set up more fossil fuel plants to a net ground at waste because they get certainty, clarity, and immediacy key as fallbacks. To logic, ban the plan should always be net ground. And they also has incomplete policy analysis. 3, no offense, certainty, and immediacy counterplanes are functionally competitive because they can counter and find should at worst straight term the net benefit. Winning say yes means that we solve the patchwork offense. Patchwork links to the ask if we are right that states resist implementation, then it cuts both ways. They say preemption. Deficit is 0. The counterplane fiat's removal of all federal barriers, including the Supreme Court. That means the counterplane has the Fed waive its rights to preemption, grant authority to the states, or just rule that there is no preemption. It's not automatic. It's something that has to be actively enforced by the government. The counterplane prevents that from happening, which answers the next couple of arguments. They say certainty key. It certainly cuts both ways because of the slow walking arguments that I've already explained. The counterplane is likely certain because it would be politically embedded into states. The argument that certainty is key, again, like I said, we're complicated, especially if we had that the F is politically unpopular. Delay does not take out solvency because they would immediately say yes. Other 6, state level environmental rights qualitatively superior than federal regs. State policy makers action also look upon state policy makers more responsibilities, environmental laws, very state policy focus, resources, federal standards. One size fits all requirements that F in the state particularly well. This I've already answered the limited germaneness stuff. Presumption was above. States do have insufficient policy expertise, and regardless, our internal link, our internal net benefit is linear. Regulatory breakdown causes extinction, emerging tech, climate, nuclear escalation, geoengineering, and cyber war all run risks of ecosystem collapse, accidental escalation, or unforeseen accidental consequences. The only proper regs solve cumulative existential risk from failure to regulate tech outweighs in a single scenario. States are key. Drop local knowledge, expertise, and political palatability. Make them necessary stop for an otherwise failing federal government. That's waste. The counterplane promotes state expertise and administrative capacity. Successful state experimentation sends a signal to future policymakers to empower states more responsibility. That's what they counter. These counterplanes usually do not have good spillover cards. Ours does. Reject non-new list doesn't cut it. Our card does have a terminal that says tech will cause quote unintended nuclear war. If that's not enough, strike every impact on what we see. Fuel tax. It's identically solvent. It taxes electricity consumption, not emissions from that electricity. Solves pollution by making it more expensive, matching the plan's outcome. Quote, exactly, that's what we're doing. Think of the counterplane as like a gas tax or an electricity tax, just not key to emissions. Do the counterplane severs. One, MBI requires a price on emissions. The counterplane taxes of fuel and activity, which is wholly distinct. That's Moselle. They forgot to counter-define MBI in GC. So now it is now an iron law that the resolution, it is a resolutional mandate for the NAF to be on emissions itself. Second is the one plain text. It says all on emissions. That requires fixing the tax to emissions. Court of Appeals 18 on. It's not rather fixed to the relationship must be direct. The counterplane is at best indirect. Also, 11 substitution of honor. Religion indicates a narrowing the statute on used to indicate option of national relationship is interpreted broadly in contrast to the definite relationship on it. Indicates a direct relationship. Indicates a direct relationship. Do both the permutation must include an MBI, otherwise it severs voter for clash evasion. That means it includes the price on emissions and a price on fuel, including the price on emissions links. It creates a financial incentive for firms to offset their own emissions footprint, either through CCS or voluntary carbon markets. Judge Cake is the logical extension of conditionality. I just realized I forgot to explain why severance. John, I might have to have you read that. Oh, never mind. Okay. Prefer our interpretation. I'll permit the counterplane. 1, predictability. 1, and Moselle's Harvard PhD, and the most cited corner on the topic. It has intent to exclude, which is gold standard for dividing F and egg ground. 2, if it's not a counterplane, it's an F that makes every tax topical treat stuff. Income tax, corporate tax, sugar taxes, etc. They'll have an indirect tax effect on emissions. Destroys ground by removing fossil fuels good links, which are the only unique DAs left. Pricing emissions key is a functional limit. 3, yes, deficits say discrimination within types of fuel key or CCS, or offsets good. They right there when we see to beat this. That's their fault, or not ours. Don't punish solving counterplanes. We don't need to win resolutional competition, but these terms are all topical mandates. If they don't meet neg on jurisdiction, they also said they meet Moselle and cross-ex. We can see that's binding. The counterplane is levied at the same point as the app. It's a question of how the rate is calculated. It doesn't justify offsets because they can counter-define what the words increase or adopt mean. Permutation do both. They must include an MBI. I already said that. My fault. Okay, that answers the next set of arguments. Congo. It's Oh, okay, really quickly. Solvency net benefits. 1, feasibility. Tracking the emissions of individual projects is a regulator's nightmare. Every producer will claim to have lower emissions than they actually do. So that means inevitable evasion that only a presumptive fuel tax avoids. That is our Parmalu and Wolverton evidence. Second thing is moral licensing. Ooh, they dropped that. Tax on emissions specifically causes more pollution than the SWO because consumers think they've paid the harm. It turns solvency negative, and recent controlled studies prove a generic tax avoids it. That is our PISO evidence. I don't think they can come back from this. Our evidence literally says that it negates the plan. It is a net benefit to voting negative. Worst case scenario, judge can't vote negative on presumption because the app makes everything worse. Conditionality, we get it only against undisclosed new plans. 1, flex, we need multiple options, counterbalance, add-ons, huge Chavik, infinite prep, and 2, recency bias, especially post-liberation date. 2, quantum thinking, testing the plan from multiple angles, teaching the after trying to lift themselves between flow extremes. 3, innovation, fallbacks, encourage experimentation because it prevent you some time in exams. 4, logic, can't go enough in theory because it doesn't affirm the res. Defense, have an answer, cardio, cancels out skew, time constraints, and a benefit requirement check. At worst, because with the counterclaim's reasonability considered from T, disposed data. It links for offense because it lets the trigger pick the 2 and already purchase process because then it will only introduce advocacy stat force a permutation. Advantage 1. John, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have some stuff. No green impact. It's basically bulletproof. Towers are increasingly hardened to physical threats, and the American grid is air gapped between 3 separate regions. So regional collapse cannot take down the whole thing. That's Lambert drop warning. When you see downstreams, is catastrophic outcomes, not extinction. Assuming the magnitude of blackouts from crypto doesn't cut it, because Perez says that collapsing the entire grid would not cause extinction. No climate or water wars. Shared environmental stress catalyzes co-op and demand management. 2,500 years of history finds not a single scarcity-induced war. The claim is counterintuitive since war destroys the resources states are finding to access. That's warner, especially unlikely in America because of high economic development.
Okay, are you good?
I'm gonna give John some things. All right, 338.
3:30. What?
8.
Okay. You're good.
And it's one really quick. Okay. Yep.
Okay, cool. The net benefit to fuel tax is now just solves better.
There might be a subsequent speech in which the net benefit is elaborated upon.
I see. Sure. Okay.
That speech
Sorry,
has yet to occur, though.
Okay. I was confused because you talked about politics on states, so poor John. But okay, fair enough. Okay.
I'm really sorry.
Me too. Walk me through the way that the counter plan you think is different from the plan and also works.
The fuel tax one?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a market-based instrument because it's not on emissions.
I got the definitional thing.
So
okay, what is the point of collection? Is a good first question.
It's the same point of collection as the app. The question is, how is the tax calculated, and what can you do to escape liability for paying the tax?
Okay.
So
how is that different from the app?
Because the rate is determined not by emissions, but simply electricity consumption independent of emissions.
Okay.
So
it is agnostic to fuel type?
It is not. It's a fuel tax. So think of it as like the gas tax. Like the gas tax is not a tax on emissions, but it's not agnostic to fuel types, right? So our counterplan would likely penalize high carbon sources.
How does it penalize high carbon sources if it's just an electricity tax?
Well, I get to clarify what the counterplan does via cross-sects and speeches.
And it does that how?
Because it does.
Okay, so a computer uses electricity. Do you tax the amount of electricity that was used?
If the affirmative is like, do you calculate the carbon? Yeah, it's a tax on electricity. Yeah.
It is a tax on electricity.
Yes.
Okay,
It's not a flat tax on electricity use. It's based on the energy that was used to do whatever they are mining.
Okay, how is that determined? So I plug my computer in,
We
and then
established in cross-sects at the 2AC.
We actually
this information
super
is publicly available.
How is okay? So I plug my computer in.
And also, if the app is like phased in with industry, so we get that data, our counterplan is too.
So the counterplan chooses to impose a higher charge on high carbon sources of electricity.
Okay, and you determine that just like you think the same way the app does?
Not by emissions, no.
Not by, and what does it buy then? Just like the type of fuel? Is the differential
exactly right.
rate on type of fuel directly proportional to the emissions intensity of those fuels?
It's not necessarily directly proportional, no.
Okay, then
It
how
would
is
just be
it
a higher
determined?
rate.
It would be higher?
Mm-hmm.
How much higher for coal than gas, let's say?
Substantial amount.
Okay. And are all of these counterplan amendments to the text, or just like we're figuring this out now?
If you get to clarify what your plan does. If you didn't want me to clarify what the counterplan did, why are you asking questions about it?
Hey, fair enough. Okay. State's counterplan avoids politics. Why? It's like it spends a bunch of money, which seems relevant for the fiscal compromise that your uniqueness evidence is about.
Would you like to take prep to answer that question?
Not really. We will take some. $5 each.
Okay, 1 in our cent. It's going to be the fees counterplan, the tax predictability DA, the fuel tax counterplan, the politics DA. Yes, so fees counterplan, the tax predictability DA, fuel tax counterplan, politics. All 5 judges. Yes. Okay. Are you all ready?
No, I.
No.
Oh, I just.
Doors don't think.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Kick the fees counterplan, we're not going for it. Theories reject the argument out the team tax predictability. I can see the permutation. Kick the counterplan, we're not going for it. And blockchain doesn't spill over to other issues, which means that the app doesn't get a link to the economy broadly. The CCS disadvantage. Global land crunch outweighs the case. Dropped impact in the Tracy resource wars. Go nuclear causes a scramble from water, timber, and rubber. The end civilization that's Hendrix timeframe outweighs the world's only 3 missed meals away from global war. It takes literal decades for environmental impacts to show up, but the world is light years away from advanced AI. The food wars are certain and imminent. The app causes a large-scale uptake of BUCCS. It causes crediting of carbon capture that blockchain users demonstrate at the point of taxation. No link is wrong. 1, the phrase on carbon emissions in their plan means you should reject Tracy recodifications. The next you get to read definitions of the plan since it punishes vagueness, and the Tracy should not get to recodified. The thought we can get offense on anything else kills fairness. It brings space and Seattle the same bag. They're playing until we've already introduced all of our best arguments. 2, the firm would face their tax obligation. They would say that it's not that big of a deal because of CCS. Firm after firm would do that empirically and definitionally. That leads to CCS development. It can be an outcome or a horse trade based on consistent firm pressure for what to reduce their tax liability. The plan links Canada doesn't trust each way through and have to CCS for tax incentives to CCS carbon price default. CO2 emissions that are captured not tax carbon prices. So we capture carbon price incentivized CCS. Only carbon pricing incentivizes fuel tax. It doesn't ensure affiliates when doing tax decrease fossil fuel output and emissions. Both fossil fuel tax producer focus on fuel rather than emissions. That's provide incentives to invest in CCUS. Carbon tax rates conservation device invest in CCUS. Active budget the cost of CCUS emissions equivalent equals the value of the tax. Only other Tracy argument is uniqueness. It's wrong. You should prefer issue-specific uniqueness. BECCS has been low for a long time. It only gets scaled with a massive upscale in CCS, which their thumpers do not amount to because they are isolated instances of geological sequestration, which is not natural sequestration. BECCS is stuff like crops and rotating different natural algae in the sea, which obviously is extremely different from putting it in cap rocks. BECCS is low down due to lack of CCS infrastructure. Only the player versus that gets in to divide. Currently, there are very few BECCS facilities. While there are more BECCS facilities, CCS future investment BECCS will surely factor in for BECCS and policy extensive costing the future project transport to capture CO2 suitable geological solutions to be identified by or current action to the CO2 current CCUS or CCS uses that control Chalmers 24 CCUS tankers from the use that control major effects in the bridge gap between demo projects and massive development downstream only capture more than 600 gigatons. Cost is a barrier, but more integration solves the CCS. Don't know the author of that card, but the tech exists, but only pricing scales and clever 21 tech exists to capture carbon dioxide being used. Problem is economics is cheaper, but carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but chemical by the smokestack to change every outlet. There must be economic cost of releasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere because carbon change unless with the world's not willing to put the rest of carbon. CCS limited now by the 20 years after prices. There are no financial systems to invest in CCS. Consequently, there are no commercially viable examples of CCS in the world. 2AC examples were not at scale. That's the difference between their thumpers and our internal link. As soon as it's demonstrated in an industry like blockchain, it will spread like wildfire throughout the rest of the economy, which guarantees the inevitability of our offense, the policy. Triodynamic extinction is inevitable on Earth from volcanoes, asteroids, star explosions, nukes, and unintentional bioweapons release. Multiplanetary habits solved. The Twitter, they dropped everything: asteroids, super volcanoes, gamma rays, nuclear war. Winning just one extinction pathways, auto-negatives, AF, rearranging deck charts in the Titanic. It solves the case since it gets us off the rocket away from the AF's risk. Probability self-extinction is certain by 2090. Not going to read the card because they did not say anything about it in the 2AC. It turns all of the impacts. It doesn't turn it. We solve for all of their impacts because it gets us away from their problems. The first argument of the 2AC is uniqueness. One, we only have evidence that talks about the House Freedom Caucus. None of their thumpers say that this matters for a group of alt-right conservatives at all. They don't care about stuff like the signal chat or proxy voting because they only care about stuff like far government overstretch, overstate powers. Johnson would bring the vote now, but it's not going to fail. Pack 4-7 the House voters. Johnson come to the Congress cover out, given Trump's endorsement. You cultivate back with the every Republican by Trump would have asked immediately. Insiders agree. Good time 4-3 can expect the House to get on board with the same resolution. Their thumpers are ridiculous. One is fiscal constraints. They'll count tariffs to overcome differences. Matthews 4-3. Trump tariffs with Johnson do tax cuts and budget can make Trump tariffs take place. With the GP's agenda fall less long count up to $2 trillion from duties. Johnson's going to back down. Fiat prevents him from doing the same thing with the plan shell. 4-3 is Lindsey Johnson out of the solution. We're going to find a path to everybody. We're going to work around this time of duty. He's not working in combination for young mothers. Compromise blue. That compromise approach is working. It solves proxy voting. Chanel 4-3. Johnson helped Republicans search for a path forward. The ordeal figured out before next week. Success in the House drags the Senate along, solves all other thumper sheet. 324 houses in the democracy of reconciliation will drag the Senate across the finish line. The House front center will comes after Trump's close. Alex in the House held the budget. Blue passage of the budget. Rest tease out reconciliation. Which Republicans passed Trump measures with a simple majority. House Republicans have saved United for response to the administration. The HFC loves Doge and Signal did not cross their own interests, which is different from the plan. Next 2AC argument is a blipping analytic about not being able to get off the rock. No 2AC warrants, no new 1AR1s because the tax cuts solve. It immediately boosts private investment in the space industry because they no longer face capital liability for high capital projects that require huge amounts of investment. It is feasible to get off the rock. Provincial 18. Intensive efforts by agency more recently enterprise bodies have close to components of Mars technology during the station provided the necessary reliability and efficiency for the older way journey to ongoing faces enhanced credibility, enhanced reliability and speed functionality of electronics, the affordability experience, greater exploration commercial players with that vital information. Next argument is the link turn. Oh no, they dropped the link. They can't go for this argument. Or one see evidence cites HFC backlash to federal overstretch. It says that the only thing that matters for that is that the federal government is not encroaching on states' rights. That's the difference between the plan and the counterplan. The AF is a massive federal overreach that is perceived by the HFC as breaking a core promise of their alt-right values because it says that states cannot determine their own policy conventions. ASFC backlashes to federal environmental overreach of state rights means it can't link to the DA Roberts 25 power back and regional opposition, national control, the Constitution provides plenty of regulation power, environmental protections become polarized between states and regulations that support conservative organizations using states' rights to block federal environmental laws enforcement within their own borders. The core of the Republican renewal question is about the role of states. ALSA 3-5 and here before the House Energy Committee Subcommittee lawmakers posted on the Kudabat face of interconnection amplified by federal relations, witnessing acknowledgement that part of the data centers massive manufacturing scores is going to on the appropriate role of the federal government. Lawmakers clash over whether top-down maybe regional solutions are best. Republicans voices about federal overreach and energy goals echoed frequently throughout Republican pushing based on the tests about federal policies one size fits all is inappropriate. It's not just about them hating the IRA. I think they wrote that in response to our old link to the politics debate. It doesn't apply because it's about federal overreach. Go back to the uniqueness debate. One, the counterplan generates uniqueness for all of this stuff. Massive devolution of power to the states is a direct appeal to HFC interests, which gets them and the entire GOP unified around the counterplan. Even if the risk of passage is low, 40% passage is still 40% risk of saving literally all humanity because the 2AC drops the impact and the unit or the state incentives counterplan also solves the limit.
Okay.
Like, you see cover, you think there's a
There is a box.
How much? 26.
That is the second advantage, the warming advantage, the state's advantage, politics decide, fuel tax. Okay, everyone good?
You said okay. States politics and difference.
Yes.
I'm still downloading. All right, I'm ready.
They dropped this advantage, which is huge because they dropped the QC blockchain, so cyber attack by strengthening encryption that's Roman evidence. They cause extinction because cyber attacks cause adversarial retaliation, also causes Q-Day, which means that AI gets control of QC, enhance all information, which causes physical, which collapses all infrastructure secrecy, and causes miscalculation by nuclear war and malignant AI. Now, the second advantage, war gridness does cause extinction, destroys columns, causes misinformation, blackouts, AI escalation, and collapses the infrastructure necessary to operate society. That's also you should not hold or impact evidence to say extinction because theirs does not either, but it does say that it causes every facet of the that is necessary for society, not bulletproof. Their evidence does not assume massive increase in crypto demand, especially because Trump is turbocharging the crypto mining industry now, which does cause catastrophic outcomes because it means that there are outages across the country. It means that it doesn't matter grid is regional because in every single regional grid there are massive outages that extremely short the grid supply, electricity supply during high peak demand areas. No water restrictions outside water wars. U.S.-Mexico water wars are unique because this reason they are occurring now. The Colorado River is drying up, but crypto does solve it. Crypto does solve it. And it also dropped the default cost extinction into massive, which destroys keystone species, soil degradation species, collapses the resources, more, which turns there the impact about CCS. Now, states. Capacity does not turn the affirmative. They drop that field obviously solves all of our solvency evidence. The GVC solvency deficit evidence proves that we did not drop presumption. It proves that the federal government does have authority and is able to fiat resolving and enforcing crypto. No sabotage. The Fed has exclusive preemption. This card is not about crypto, which means it's answered by the solvency evidence. The GVC with links to politics. The government certainly links because it does fiat a price which they've said is controversial and takes up the time necessary to deliberate over tax cuts. But they said it solves the link. This card that they've said it says that state administration of federal programs makes it like politically palatable, which obviously proves that the Jubo shield because the counterpoint would shield the federal government's authority to do the plan. GVC 3 is do both. Except that now the money, including financial incentives, solves both the capacity deficits and means that the counterpoint is politically palatable because there is no cover for the federal government to do the plan. GVC 5 is uncertainty and patchwork. That is uncertainty patchwork. Uncertainty is necessary for investment into Bitcoin because there's extreme uncertainty now by both Trump regulation, but also the lack of crypto trust in mining, trust in crypto money because they're consolidating in mining pools, which proves that uncertainty is to solve both the second and first advantages. But the counterpoint doesn't solve because it surrenders all crypto and delegation authority into area of authority that crypto miners have never had to deal with because they have to talk to 50 different actors, and even if it is all uniform, it means that deleting an area of federal law that has long existed, which causes a massive confusion within the industry and deters investment. No impact. This evidence, all their evidence about uncooperative federal on solving tech regulation is the status quo, but the fact that they have dropped the second advantage proves that blockchain solves their impact, which is only articulated as regulating tech. Their evidence about AI and biotech is all solved by QC-proof blockchain because it means that because it means it checks misuse.
Counterpoint doesn't solve our problems.
Yeah, the counterpoint does not solve our politics. LinkedIn actually. The counterpoint is not linked to politics. Yeah, just.
It doesn't solve our LinkedIn because it
Does
doesn't
not
raise money
solve
for the federal government.
the link turn because it does not raise money for the federal government. Okay, politics. The impact cannot solve ours because every when the bill passes, but will win that it does not. Now, the tax bill will not pass. It requires Medicaid cuts and other taxes which haven't been agreed on. The GOP is buying time with much to act like tax cuts don't increase the deficit, but they don't have the best resources. Evidence too optimistic unique news part about the procedure which would advance the budget resolution, not the final bill itself. They've just punted the key questions until later through G3. GOP senators have redlined on paid for Medicaid defense spending and the debt ceiling. So far, those issues have been deferred, but they won't be able to pass the final bill. Wilson 4-4. Thune faces division back in favor of the budget vote that would include taxes, Medicaid cuts, and the debt ceiling custody tax cuts were paid for. 1 paid for other revenue voice structures for the compulsory big credit baseline is what the Medicaid is not the rich way to support big cuts. 4. The Senate GOP is going all in on insane expenditure to avoid paying for the tax system will blow up in their faces. Round 4-3. GOP senators often podcasting questions for women's trying to the consequence for current policy based on this cost as $0 since everything must go through the parliamentary progress with themselves. There's no government process. We need to start over. Mark the corner, start over. They see our personnel about the HFC. That is raw and news for other people exist in cars that have to prove of the tax, but the council doesn't solve it. So the from all the sources kind of accountable makes a huge concession. The Johnson stuff is about the resolution of the final bill and the success in the House is about with the success in the House part proves that they have stayed united for 2 months despite Trump, which proves it outweighs now the
Link because of the federal authority voting.
Yeah, right. No link because all the states' deficits prove that the federal government has exclusive authority over crypto. None of their evidence is about that, which means that they would not get mad over federal quote overreach because there is no overreach in the first place. But the link to proves the Chartscape evidence is phenomenal. Since there's a celestial alignment between the tax capital that funds the tax cuts, and the main concern with tax cuts is fiscal deficits. The one in C part is one in our part is about regions of states imposing it, not the HFC, and the core of renewables part is about the renewables, which is obviously relevant to crypto fuel tax. Permutation to compound is decisive. One, their evidence variable distinct point to the claim, and the counterpoint is upstream versus downstream. That is why their authors are saying they're different. The counterpoint should be a tax on fossil fuel generation or use of sources like gas at the point where they're actually used to. One is Moselle is about renewable quote generation. 3. One is coal version says it would not be a price on quote the polluting activities help much stuff like the purchase of petroleum. 4. The counterpoint is downstream tax that is proportional to the emissions intensity of fuel mix per process that functions as a tax on emissions. Their semantic distinction is not borne out in any evidence. 5. The counterpoint should not be distinguished more of a normal means and self-compete this one just by to carry like a bullshit percent and approximation to the body or the Fed or dispensing or replacing the IRS with identical and it makes them also the app and purchase endless process nonsense. Now to AC. The CCS offense. CCS is high now. Investment is extremely high, and our evidence does describe global investment in massive renewables projects. They cannot say that it is only about BCCS because they're linked to carbon taxes that encourages fossil fuel plants to attach CCS to fossil fuel plants. So there's no link to natural sequestration, but natural sequestration and the natural. Oh, they've also dropped that the plan does not link. It causes a shift to proof of stake, which is the whole point of the first advantage. It means that it is pointless to invest in CCS because proof of stake is a way for Bitcoin miners to not have to consume electricity, but rather invest in bet on tokens, which then allow for increase the risk that they are chosen as the rewarded miner, which does not require any electricity consumption. So CCS would be irrelevant.
Morality increases pollution thing.
Oh yeah, morality increases pollution thing is not about crypto or evidence. It's that companies would the fiat obviously solves this because companies would be paying the tax, so it's okay if they think that they have complied because that solves our impacts.
338.
Okay. The order is the politics DA, then the state incentives counterplan, then fuel tax. We're good.
Not going for it, they dropped the 2C uniqueness counterclaim, which solves the extent of this as offense. We never said politics was a net benefit to fuel tax, so none of this matters anyway. State incentives counterclaim, not going for it. Concede, perm, test combination, the fuel tax stuff. Now, land, I'm not going to start with that. Actually, I'm going to start with it solves the counterclaim, establishes a differential price on electricity. That price is not directly keyed to the emissions themselves. It is keyed to the presumed social cost of each type of fuel. Wolverton evidence describes this as a presumptive tax. It's the title of the article and his proposal. I suppose this is a distinction with a difference because the counterclaim is on fuel, not on emissions. The counterclaim avoids the CCSDA. I suppose it's calculated the same way that an upstream tax would be. Our counterclaim is an upstream tax, but it is on presumed emissions, not actual emissions. So it does not link to our DA. Now the permutation due the counterplan severs several resolutional mandates. We have a couple of reasons why this is the case. First, MBI means tax or ETS, quote, on emissions. That is Roussel, Manas, or Metcalf evidence. The one at 2EC did not contest this. They in fact conceded it, and they even said that they met this evidence in the one and see. They've dropped all of our definitions of on emissions. It means the plan's rate must be keyed to the emissions themselves. That is our Court of Appeals evidence. The counterplan is indirect because it might not have a one-to-one correspondence with emissions. So we might calculate the damage that like a barrel of oil would have, for example, but that's not the actual damage because it's not keyed to emissions, right? So the affirmative causes sequestration, which enables them to offset that or soak up the emissions. Our counterplan is a presumed tax. We would estimate how much that costs, but it's not the rate or the base of adjustment is not on the emissions themselves. We have a couple of standards that should frame out all of their evidence. None of these were answered. One, if it's not a counterplan, it's an F. That would literally break debate. All human activity generates emissions, which is a dropped argument. So it includes taxes on income, transportation, corn, sugar, cigarettes, rights. Each needs its own case stand, making every debate device carbon consumption at all. We can't read fossil fuels good against the sugar tax F, and that's the only unique DA left. After Liberation DA deleted 70% of our tub. There's no offense on this page. Their evidence about upstream versus downstream. Yeah, the counterplan is not on the point. I suppose it's calculated the same way that an upstream tax would be, but it is only imposed on Bitcoin operators or people who are doing proof of stake. Second is it must be on the activity itself. They do not have a counter interpretation of this offense, and we have thorough justifications of why words on the plan must be keyed. The word on means fixed to, so they must be directly proportional to emissions themselves, whereas our counterplan is merely an indirect estimate, which is our other dropped competition card. The counterplan might be proportional to emissions, but it is indirectly proportional. So the counterplan's calculation was proportional in some contexts, but not in others. The counterplan, whether or not the counterplan can change is irrelevant. We're clarifying what the counterplan does. They've also clarified what the plan does. Now, I'm going to talk about the disadvantage. Land grabs outweigh the case. Scalability of BUCCS tech causes a race for cropland water reservoirs for algae and rubber Russians that eat up all available cropland humanity has. Dropped impact outweighs the minuscule risk of a deficit. Try or die can only be directionally neg, since it is certain scaled CCS deployment and choose the planet. And outweighs their deficit. The 1AR has neglected all impact calculus. One time frame. The world is a few missed meals away from global war. It takes decades for missed emissions to matter, and you can only die once. 2 magnitude nuclear war. No food guarantees the death of the species. It's the only thing that accesses every hotspot on Earth. These are also all dropped arguments, which means even a small risk of a link now weighs a full risk of the case. Now CCS is low. Now frame it through issue-specific uniqueness. Facts like natural sequestration is low because the industry as a whole has not proven feasible scaling yet. A few demonstration projects does not translate into investment being high, nor that CCS is reaching scale. Remember, their examples are like Canadian subsidies, not that industries are pumping money into CCS because it has not been a demonstrated scale. The one in our read more uniqueness about BECS not being scalable now. The app ensures a large switch or shift to CCS because it is a tax on emissions. Miners can evade liability at the point of taxation by demonstrating that they are sequestering emissions. All
all of our cards that say a carbon price leads to all of our cards that say a carbon price leads to negative emissions, but the counterclaim did not, should also be interpreted as competition cards. And a reason why this distinction is important and meaningful. Frame the link through the counterclaim. The act requires counting and determining emissions from mining in order to scale the tax based on the amount of emissions involved. That is ripe for an expansion of CCS, because the logical response of miners would be to publicly demonstrate that they are sequestering emissions in equivalence of what they use when mining. The plan does link proof to shift of state is unexplained in the 1 hour. If they aren't using electricity, that might be the end result of the act in the long term. But remember, the act imposes a tax on carbon, and emissions do not disappear tomorrow. There would be wildfire spread of CCS to meet tax liability in the near term, which allows miners to continue business as usual. Even if you are skeptical of competition, skeptical of our DA, etc., there is still another neg ballot, and that is that the 2EC dropped moral licensing destroys the case. Neg on presumption. Carden read orally in the 1 and C, and the 2EC did not say anything about it. They dropped it. It was clear and unambiguous, and it is a net benefit to our counterplan. When the tax itself is keyed to emissions, that causes the public to believe that they've paid the harm. But when the tax is framed in more generic terms, like a tax on imports or a tax on fuel, then that moral licensing does not occur. They've dropped all of our justifications for why the AF doesn't get to say new things about this. In the 1 hour, although they did make new arguments about moral licensing, they didn't attempt to justify them. Our evidence says that the plan causes the plan to turn solvency negative. It causes proof of stake workers to actually consume. People already implicitly internalize some of the social cost of carbon. That gets totally reversed when they believe that they are paying a carbon tax because they believe that they have become morally licensed to engage in the activity more. The plan totally negates that. In fact, it crowds out the intrinsic motivation to avoid environmental harm. That is a net benefit to our counterplan. It turns solvency negative, and there was not an answer to it in the 2AC. Judge kick presumption totally dropped in the 1 hour.
The order is the energy advantage, and then the fuel. Good. Cool.
Existential warming impact outweighs mitigated risk of the DA, which obviously is true because the 2 drops, then it is existential, and then the plan causes a shift to proof of stake Bitcoin instead of proof of work. This answers their argument about moral licensing because we extended both on the CCSTA in the 2EC and in the 1 hour that the plan would not cause companies to simply pay the tax and then think that they have solved the sort of global warming problem, where they have solved their carbon pollution. Rather, since it is extremely energy intensive to do proof of work in the status quo, the plan causes a shift to proof of stake by imposing an additional cost on proof of work, which means that the moral licensing thing is at least not presumption. And if I win competition with the counterplan, which I am going to have to, but I think that I will, that will outweigh a disadvantage that is mitigated. Now, counterplan, their moral licensing argument is not about cryptocurrency. It is dropped in every speech. If cryptocurrency reduces its emissions or pays the tax, that solves the case. We did justify this by extending solvency on the case in the 2EC, no link argument on the CCSTA, the 20R, extended our no link argument that causes a proof of shift to proof of stake, which answers paying the tax. Now, counterplan, permutation. The counterplan, it is decisive. They have dropped a 1AR theory argument about how you should evaluate their explanation of the counterplan versus competition as it is borne out in evidence. The counterplan attempts to replicate an emissions tax, which is the source of all Graham's pontification in the 2R about, I suppose this is basically a downstream tax, except it's upstream. I don't know what I'm really talking about, and I'm going to waver back and forth here. And in doing so, the counterplan does not compete. 1, Pepsi challenge. For Kansas to make this description compete, they would need to produce a card that says anything close to the following: a consumption carbon tax is distinct from a tax that tallies up all of the fuel embodied in making a product, and then bases it on the basis of tax on the emissions intensity of that fuel. 2, that is absurd. The cards they have produced with the obvious upstream downstream distinction that we have been debating all topic, i.e., it would compete to impose an upstream carbon tax on all of the coal production or coal production or gas purchases in, which is the thing that is borne out in their evidence. That is not what the counterplan does. 3, that means that the counterplan replicates a tax on emissions, and they've dropped a theoretical argument and the counterplan should not get to compete on by shifting normal means for what the counterplan actually does, and then having a definitional support for what the sort of distinction is. You should read the counterplan then as an emissions tax that else otherwise justifies an infinite slew of process chicanery, like picking out a federal, but then abolishing and recreating the federal government, saying that the reputation would sever a federal, picking out of the word tax, but creating an entirely new architecture that is akin to the IRS, etc. That is process slop that competes off of normal means and just allows them to have a counterplan that is legally or semantically distinct, but is not actually distinct in effect, which divorces debate from literature. It makes it stupid and it's impossible for the affirmative to debate. I am glad that you and I extended this Wolverton card at the top, because you should frame it through their Wolverton evidence and contrast it as a price on quote polluting activity versus a quote observable transaction of fossil fuels like the purchase of gas. That means that the version of this counterplan that would compete against our affirmative would be one on renewal, would be one on generation, which is also flagged as an index to the 1NC evidence. That is what it is contrasting it to. It says that the generation of fossil fuels or coal, etc., would actually compete, but the way that they have written their counterplan does not go drop both of those index of their evidence in the 2 and R. Means that you should. This is how you should read the counterplan. That answers the on that answers the on stuff. The counterplan is not upstream because at in every speech they have explained it as a tax on the consumptive activities of miners, which means that it is a tax on the quote polluting activity itself per their Wolverton evidence. That does not compete. The MBI stuff over the counterplan is a tax on emissions, or you should read it as such, because the sort of semantic line drawing was impact turned about. The counterplan is key to emissions, which answers their on arguments. Oil is key to emissions. You should be willing to see through this because they're not read in real cards bearing out the distinction in the counterplan, which is how 2 ways would determine what counterplans compete. And this explanation is fabricated, new, intuitive cross-legs, and not based in evidence. If it is not a counterplan, it is an app. We agree the affirmative has to be keyed to emissions, but the counterplan is, which solves this offense, or the evidence on upstream versus downstream. It is not calculated upstream. It is because it is not a tax on the production or generation of fossil fuels, which is what their evidence actually says would compete. The counterplan is a tax on the quote polluting activity itself. The indirect estimate stuff is not borne out in any evidence, but it recreates the sort of direct relationship between emissions and the sort of emissions that are produced in mining cryptocurrency, which means that it does not compete. Now, that is that if we win the counterplan compete or does not compete, you should judge Kickett and the risk of the existential warming impact terminally outweighs the dissent, which is at least mitigated. CCS is high. Canada established a $2.6 billion tax credit for CCS projects. Denmark announced $5 billion in subsidies. Chinese State Council, Indonesia, Malaysia are all developing geological storage. In the US, there is a tax credit of $85 per metric ton captured for CCS. Our evidence talking about actual projects is not a neg argument. They have said that an increased financial incentive is sufficient to spur CCS per their 2NC evidence on it is costly, but subsidies now obviously dumps that internal link, and they dropped that issue specific uniqueness is irrelevant. CCS cannot be about natural sequestration because offsetting fossil fuel reductions requires attaching CCS to fossil fuel plants. Finally, there is no link to their disadvantage. There are evidences about a generic carbon tax. Our argument about the economic incentives that are produced by the plant, since it is extremely energy intensive since it is extremely energy intensive and thereby expensive in the status quo to do proof of work, imposing an additional cost on emissions would cause a shift to proof of stake, which means that would be more economical than paying for CCS projects for companies, especially because the 1 in our red evidence that CCS is not economical and there are high upfront costs to it, which means that the plan would not cause a shift to those things because that would simply impose the tax and then impose an additional cost on miners instead of causing a shift to proof of stake, which is all the one you see. Internal link evidence. Proof of stake is a mechanism of validation that requires no energy consumption, and as every miner invests a sum of money in a token, and then the miner that is rewarded is randomly selected, which means that it is more profitable in the world of the plan. So the plan does not cause a shift to CCS because that is costly, but a shift to proof of stake is not. Good debate.
Yes. So we gotta wait for Gordon
Oh,
to show up and
yeah.
let everyone know. But
That would be helpful. Well, I know the stream is working for y'all because I've been getting text messages from people wanting to know what the decision is. All right, so we've got everybody. Congratulations to two fantastic teams on an amazing season and a remarkable tournament. The winner on a 4-1 decision is the negative from Kansas.
how much do you want?
I would like to know who we got, if anyone voted on the moral presumption thing,
Okay.
and I would like to hear nice things.
Okay. We can cover all of that.
Hi, Sat.
Fuck yeah.
I would like to go last.
Okay.
I'd not vote on the moral thing. Thought the counterplan is just competitive, and I thought there was a risk of the CCS not benefit. To like sort of conjure away that maybe a midstream producer would use CCS to sell electricity utilities and cheaper electricity, and so therefore like it works some functional difference between the plan and the counterplan. But regardless, Collins, I mean, like since you were in 7th grade and you were like this tall, and it was just such an honor getting to see you grow up, getting to see you do all the things that you do in debate, getting to watch you and judge you, and it was truly an honor to judge this debate. Like such a great guy, such an enjoyable debater, and like every part of all the debating you did here was just so you, and it was like So, thank you, and you're amazing.
Yeah, my decision was the same as you, but I did not put in the moral licensing. I just thought counterclaim competitive and small risk would have benefit. And yeah, I echo what you have said. I mean, I've judged you a bunch over the years. It's been a pleasure every time. Like, you're so much fun. You're part of why debate is great. So I really, really enjoyed it, and congrats on a great career.
Also did not vote on moral licensing. God, I don't even know where to start. God, I've judged you so much over the years. And honestly, like, judging you is truly such a pleasure. It is both awe-inspiring. You are an exceptional debater, but it is also always warm and fun and caring and just everything that I think debate is often lacking. I think that you make debate a really welcoming place for people, and you make debate feel like way less intense and pressure filled than it should be, even when you are at your highest level of pressure and intensity. And I really appreciate that. And it's really something that I admire in a very serious way. And the last thing I'll mention is, in addition to getting to judge you, like, I think one of the pleasures of having you in this community has been coaching my teams to debate you, because you are an exceptionally gifted strategist, and coming up with new negative strategies against your AFs, is always a pleasure and difficult and exciting and fun. And it really brings, it is so much of everything that I think is great about debate. So I thank you for letting me judge you and trusting me as an adjudicator. And I am so excited to see what you do next.
I think I might have known you as long as Ethan has. Like, I just, as far as I'm aware, like, the entirety of my debate career is basically, like, once I got into high school, you've always been there. And, like, my God, it's just a pain in my ass. Like, you're so good, you have been the entire time. Like, reach what Val said, like, every act you write, every time you make an argument, like, you're just so, like, everything that I love about a debater, and, like, mutual respect that we all share for each other. You do so much research. You're willing to call people out for, like, just total inane bullshit. And it's great. Like, I'll be honest, like, I'm bad at this, but, like, there's nothing more I really can say. You're just that awesome. Yeah, it's been great, and I'm so glad I got the honor to do this.
Yeah. This is one of the last couple days that have choked me up in a way that I didn't expect, and it doesn't happen to me all that often. I want to strongly retweet what Val said about you are sort of, I think, everything that debate should be and look like, and I think that this activity is too often lacking. I think there are several debaters graduating this year who clearly fall into the category of do it the right way and are very invested and work hard and put everything into it and research a bunch and clearly know your shit. And that, I think, that coupled with you just being, kind of endlessly compassionate and caring and fun to be around and interact with, really captures, like, the best that debate, has to offer. You were, I will never forget kind of getting to get to know you and work with you via Zoom camp when all of a sudden we were all stuck at home all the time for 7 weeks. Nothing ever could have prepared me for how goddamn tall you are in person. I radically underestimated that. I don't know. I really hope that you are always around and a part of this in some form forward. I thought that the counter plan by the end of the debate and the form that it ended up in did not compete, or if it did not solve, for reasons having directly to do with the ways in which the counter plan moved forward over time, which also made me pretty amenable to some corresponding shifts in AF responses with this. Happy to elaborate more detail, now, later, for anyone who's interested. Agree, note the moral licensing thing, have your argument for the want to see, do not have you even a certain word presumption, which is a warranted argument for it, which is the more important part. Definitely not a reason that, like, serious case makes no worse or any of that kind of stuff. And the court doesn't say that either. So, yeah.
Yeah, I put all of my decisions up on tab room if anyone wants to read it.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Holland.